Hello, peaceful travelers, and welcome back to another journey through time. Tonight we return to the enchanting realm of ancient Greece, where legends of brave heroes and divine beings await us. If these mythology tales bring you peace, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the Humdrum History channel. But for now, let us settle in comfortably and venture together into the legendary world of ancient Greece, beneath the endless sapphire skies of the Mediterranean, where weathered marble columns stand sentinel over forgotten shores. The valleys of Greece stretch toward distant horizons. Wild rosemary scents the air, and ancient olive groves whisper secrets to the wind. In a secluded village nestled among the mountains, flames dance in the town square, and gathered around this warm glow, timeless stories come alive once more. As twilight descends upon the landscape, painting the world in shades of amber and violet, the domain of legends stirs. Spirits move silently through the shadows of cypress trees, barely visible in the gathering dark. In hidden grottos, eternal nymphs begin their midnight revelries, unseen by mortal eyes. And far above, upon the sacred peak of Mount Olympus, the immortal gods attend to matters beyond earthly understanding. As darkness embraces this storied land, tales as old as memory itself emerge anew. So come, sit with me beside these glowing coals as the infinite starlit heavens stretch above us, and let these ancient lyrical sagas awaken once more. After Zeus and the Olympians claimed victory over the Titans and established their reign, there came an age when gods walked more freely among mortals, and from their unions were born beings of extraordinary power, the heroes. These demigods possessed strength beyond ordinary men, courage that defied death itself, and destinies written by the fates before their first breath. The gods looked upon humanity with complex emotions, sometimes with love, often with jealousy, and occasionally with wrath. Zeus the thunderer ruled from his golden throne, while Poseidon commanded the wine-dark seas with his mighty trident. In the shadowed underworld, Hades presided over the realm of the dead, judging the souls of all who passed beyond life's threshold. Among the Olympians dwelt Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, whose keen intellect guided many heroes. There was Artemis, the huntress who roamed moonlit forests with her silver bow. Hermes, the swift messenger, darted between realms with winged sandals. Hephaestus labored at his divine forge, crafting wonders of bronze and gold. And Aphrodite, loveliest of goddesses, stirred the hearts of mortals and immortals alike with irresistible passion. The mortal world knew both golden days and dark times. In the beginning, it is said, humans lived peacefully, honored by the gods. But as ages passed and generations multiplied, mankind grew proud and violent, turning away from divine favor, thus inviting celestial displeasure and punishment. Yet the poet Hesiod proclaimed that if his words hold truth, then our lives remain touched by those passionate deities dwelling upon sacred Olympus. The myths continue to unfold, revealing the varied adventures and trials of individual gods, goddesses, and the heroes they favored or cursed. In this telling, we shall explore the great labors and quests that defined the age of heroes. On the island of Argos, King Achilles ruled with both wisdom and fear. An oracle had delivered to him a prophecy most terrible, that he would meet his death at the hands of his daughter's son. Achilles had but one child, the beautiful princess Danae, whom he cherished above all else. determined to thwart fate's cruel design, Achilles imprisoned his daughter in a bronze chamber deep beneath his palace, where no man could reach her. The chamber had but one opening to the sky, through which sunlight streamed during the day and starlight glimmered at night. There Danae lived in lonely splendor, attended only by a single elderly servant woman. But the gods noticed beauty, especially Zeus, whose eye fell upon the lovely captive. Transforming himself into a shower of golden light, the king of gods descended through the opening in Danae's chamber. The princess, touched by divine radiance, conceived a child, a son who would become one of Greece's greatest heroes. When Achilles discovered his daughter had given birth to a boy named Perseus, his rage was matched only by his terror. Yet he could not bring himself to murder his own flesh and blood directly, for such an act would bring divine retribution. Instead, he devised what he thought a more subtle doom. He had Danae and infant Perseus sealed within a wooden chest and cast into the sea, leaving their fate to the mercy of the waves and the will of the gods. But Poseidon, at Zeus's request, calmed the waters and guided the chest safely to the shores of the island of Seriphos. There a kind fisherman named Dictys discovered the chest tangled in his nets and freed the mother and child within. Amazed by the tale Danae told, Dictys brought them to his humble home, where Perseus grew strong and capable, learning the ways of the sea and developing skills that would serve him in the trials ahead. Years passed peacefully until Polydectes, the king of Seriphos and brother to Dictys, saw Danae and desired her for his wife. But Perseus, now a strong young man, stood between the king and his mother, protecting her honor. Polydectes, cunning and cruel, devised a plan to rid himself of this obstacle. The king announced he would marry another woman and demanded wedding gifts from all his subjects. Perseus, having no wealth to offer, rashly promised to bring any gift the king desired. Polydectes smiled wickedly and requested the head of Medusa, one of the three Gorgons, whose gaze turned all living things to stone. It seemed an impossible task, one that would surely result in Perseus's death. But the young hero had inherited more than mortal blood, and the gods had not forgotten him. Athena appeared to Perseus, her grey eyes shining with purpose. She had her own grievance against Medusa, who had once been a beautiful maiden before being transformed into a monster. The goddess provided Perseus with a polished bronze shield, bright as a mirror. She instructed him never to look directly at Medusa, but only at her reflection in the shield's surface. Hermes came next, presenting Perseus with his own winged sandals that would allow the hero to fly, a sword forged in the divine workshops of Olympus, and directions to find the Graeae, three ancient sisters who shared but one eye and one tooth among them. These crones alone knew the location of the nymphs, who possessed three more items essential to his quest. Perseus journeyed to the cave where the Graeae dwelt in eternal twilight. As they passed the single eye between them, he snatched it away, holding their sight hostage until they revealed what he needed to know. Reluctantly, they directed him to the garden of the nymphs. The nymphs, taking pity on the brave youth, gave him three precious gifts: a magical wallet that would safely contain Medusa's severed head, a cap of darkness that rendered the wearer invisible, and additional provisions for his perilous journey. Thus equipped, Perseus flew toward the edge of the world, where the Gorgons made their lair. The three sisters, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, were terrible to behold. Their bodies were covered in scales of bronze. Their hands were of brass with golden wings sprouting from their shoulders, And most horrifying of all, serpents writhed in place of hair upon their heads. Perseus waited until the monsters slept, their snores echoing through the stone wasteland surrounding their den. Dozens of petrified victims stood frozen in their final moments of terror. Warriors, travelers, and beasts who had gazed upon the Gorgons' faces. Using the shield as a mirror, Perseus crept toward the sleeping Medusa. His heart thundered in his chest, but his hand remained steady. With one swift stroke of the divine sword, he severed her head from her body. Even in death, her face retained its terrible power. From Medusa's blood sprang forth two miraculous beings, Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant bearing a golden sword. These were her children by Poseidon, born from her death. Perseus quickly placed the head in his magical wallet and donned the cap of invisibility as the other two Gorgons awoke, shrieking with rage and grief. Though they searched desperately for their sister's killer, they could not see him, and Perseus escaped on his winged sandals, flying swiftly away. His journey home took Perseus over the land of Ethiopia, where he witnessed a strange and terrible sight. Chained to a rocky cliff by the sea was a young woman of extraordinary beauty, weeping as waves crashed around her. Perseus descended and learned she was Andromeda, daughter of King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia. The queen had foolishly boasted that her daughter was more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs. Enraged by this insult, Poseidon had sent a monstrous sea creature to ravage the coast. An oracle declared that only by sacrificing Andromeda to the beast could the kingdom be saved. Though it broke their hearts, the king and queen had chained their daughter to await her doom, for the lives of many outweighed the life of one, even if that one was their beloved child. Perseus felt his heart stir with both compassion and love at first sight of the beautiful princess. He made a bargain with her parents. If he slew the monster, Andromeda would become his bride. Desperately they agreed. As the sea began to boil and churn, the creature emerged, a behemoth of scales and teeth and thrashing tentacles. Perseus soared into the air on his winged sandals, drawing the divine sword. The battle was fierce and long, the monster was ancient and powerful, but Perseus was quick and determined. Finally, seeing his opening, Perseus drew forth Medusa's head from the wallet. The monster's many eyes fixed upon that terrible visage, and instantly its body began to harden, transforming from living flesh to solid stone. The petrified creature crashed back into the sea, sinking beneath the waves forever. Perseus freed Andromeda from her chains, and she fell into his arms, grateful and already feeling the stirrings of love. They were wed with great celebration, though the festivities were interrupted by Phineus, Andromeda's former betrothed, who arrived with armed men to claim her. Once again, Perseus used Medusa's head, turning Phineus and his followers to stone. The wedding continued in peace, and Perseus prepared to return home with his bride. When Perseus returned to Seriphos with Andromeda, he discovered that his mother had taken refuge in a temple to escape the forced attentions of King Polydectes. Furious, Perseus went to the king's palace, where Polydectes was feasting with his court. The king mocked Perseus, certain the youth had failed in his impossible task. Perseus announced he had brought the promised gift. Polydectes laughed, demanding to see it. Perseus told all who were loyal to him to turn away their eyes, and then he raised Medusa's head high. The king and all his followers were transformed to stone in an instant, frozen forever in their mockery and disbelief. Perseus made the kind Dictys king of Seriphos in Polydectes' place. He returned the winged sandals, the cap of invisibility, and the magical wallet to Hermes, who restored them to the nymphs. The head of Medusa he gave to Athena, who placed it upon her shield, the Aegis, where it remained forever after, striking fear into the goddess's enemies. With his mother and his wife, Perseus decided to return to Argos, hoping to reconcile with his grandfather Achilles. But the old king, hearing of his approach and remembering the prophecy, fled in terror. Years later, Perseus travelled to the city of Larissa to compete in funeral games honouring the king of that land. Achilles, by cruel fate, happened to be in attendance, hiding among the crowd. During the discus throw, Perseus hurled the disc with his tremendous strength, but a sudden gust of wind caught it, carrying it off course. The discus struck an elderly man in the crowd, killing him instantly. That man was Achilles. The prophecy, despite all attempts to avoid it, had been fulfilled. Perseus was devastated by the accidental death of his grandfather. He buried Achilles with full honours and refused to rule in Argos, the kingdom that was rightfully his by inheritance, feeling it would be wrong to prosper from such a tragedy. Instead, he traded kingdoms with the ruler of Tyrins, establishing himself there, where he and Andromeda lived long and happily, founding a dynasty. Their descendants included the greatest of all Greek heroes, Heracles himself. In Thebes, the greatest of all Greek heroes was born, though his path would be marked by both glory and tragedy from the very beginning. His mother was Alcmene, a mortal woman of exceptional virtue, and his father was Zeus, who had visited her in the guise of her own husband. On the night of his birth, Zeus boasted that a descendant of Perseus born that day would rule over all others. Hera, consumed with jealousy over her husband's infidelity, delayed Alcmene's labour while hastening the birth of another child of Perseus's line. Thus Eurystheus was born first, and gained the kingship Zeus had unwittingly promised, while the infant who would be called Heracles, meaning glory of Hera, in a bitter irony, was born to be his servant. Hera's hatred for Heracles began in his cradle. She sent 2 enormous serpents to strangle him as he slept beside his twin brother Iphicles. But even as an infant, Heracles possessed supernatural strength. He awoke, and rather than crying in fear, grasped the serpents in his tiny hands and throttled them both, laughing with delight. As Heracles grew, his strength increased beyond all measure. He was tutored by the greatest masters. Linus taught him music, though Heracles accidentally killed the teacher with a lyre during a moment of frustration. Eurytus trained him in archery, and he became the finest bowman in all of Greece. Chiron, the wise centaur, instructed him in wilderness craft and medicine. By young adulthood, Heracles stood taller than any man, his physical prowess unmatched. He chose the path of virtue over pleasure when presented with the choice by 2 goddesses in disguise, committing himself to a life of service and heroism. He won the hand of Megara, daughter of King Creon of Thebes, by defending the city from invasion. They lived together in happiness and had several children. For a time it seemed Heracles might escape his destiny, but Hera had not forgotten her hatred. She struck Heracles with a curse of madness, clouding his mind with violent delusions. In his insanity, Heracles believed his children were his enemies and slew them. When the madness lifted and he realized what he had done, his grief was absolute and terrible. Seeking purification and atonement, Heracles consulted the oracle at Delphi. The prophecy she delivered would define the rest of his life. He must serve his cousin Eurystheus, the king of Mycenae, for 12 years and complete whatever labours the king demanded. Only then could he find redemption. Thus began the famous 12 labours of Heracles, tasks designed by the cowardly Eurystheus and inspired by the vengeful Hera to be impossible, each one more dangerous than the last. The valley of Nemea was terrorized by a monstrous lion whose hide could not be pierced by any weapon. This creature was no ordinary beast, but offspring of divine monsters, its golden fur impervious to arrows, spears, or swords. Heracles tracked the lion to its cave with 2 entrances. He blocked one entrance with boulders, then entered through the other, cornering the beast. When his arrows bounced harmlessly off its hide, Heracles cast aside his weapons and wrestled the lion with his bare hands. The struggle was titanic, but finally Heracles strangled the creature with his mighty arms. He skinned the lion using its own razor-sharp claws and wore its pelt as armor forever after, the creature's head serving as a helmet. Thus protected, Heracles was nearly invulnerable in all his subsequent adventures. In the swamps of Lerna lurked the Hydra, a serpentine monster with 9 heads. One of these heads was immortal, and all dripped deadly venom. Worse still, whenever one head was severed, 2 more grew in its place. Heracles, accompanied by his nephew Iolaus, drove the Hydra from its lair by shooting flaming arrows into its den. As Heracles fought the creature, cutting off head after head, Iolaus would immediately cauterize each neck with a burning torch, preventing regrowth. Finally, only the immortal head remained. Heracles severed it with a golden sword, given to him by Athena, and buried it beneath an enormous boulder. He dipped his arrows in the Hydra's blood, making them deadly weapons that would cause incurable wounds. A gift that would prove both blessing and curse in time. This labor required more cunning than strength. The sacred deer of Artemis had golden antlers and bronze hooves, and it could run tirelessly without ever stopping. Heracles was forbidden to harm it, for it was sacred to the goddess. For an entire year, Heracles pursued the hind across Greece and beyond, through forests and over mountains, never resting, never giving up. Finally, near the river Ladon, the exhausted deer paused to drink. Heracles captured it alive by shooting an arrow that pinned its front legs together between bone and sinew, drawing no blood. As he carried it back, he encountered both Artemis and Apollo, who were angry at this treatment of the sacred animal. Heracles explained he acted under orders, and the gods, impressed by his respectful explanation and his remarkable achievement, allowed him to continue. On Mount Erymanthus dwelt a monstrous boar that ravaged the countryside with its wild rampages. Heracles was ordered to bring it back alive. During his hunt, Heracles stayed with the centaur Pholus, who opened a jar of wine sacred to all centaurs. The scent attracted other centaurs who attacked, and Heracles was forced to fight them off with his poisoned arrows. Tragically, his friend the wise Chiron was accidentally struck by one of these arrows. Though immortal, Chiron could not heal the wound and suffered terrible agony. Later, the centaur would exchange his immortality for the release of Prometheus, finally finding peace in death, a sorrow Heracles would carry with him always. Nevertheless, Heracles completed his task, driving the boar into deep snow where it floundered, allowing him to capture it in a net. He brought it to Eurystheus, who was so terrified of the snorting beast that he hid in a large bronze jar. King Augeas owned vast herds of divine cattle, and their stables had never been cleaned in 30 years. The filth was unimaginable, and Heracles was ordered to clean it all in a single day, a task designed to humiliate rather than challenge him. But Heracles used his intelligence as well as his strength. He diverted two rivers, the Alpheus and the Peneus, causing them to flow through the stables, washing away decades of filth in a mighty flood. When Augeas refused to honor his promise of payment, Heracles would later return to exact vengeance. At Lake Stymphalia, man-eating birds with bronze beaks and metallic feathers they could launch like arrows terrorized the region. These birds were sacred to Ares, god of war, and their numbers were vast. Athena provided Heracles with bronze castanets made by Hephaestus. Climbing a mountain, Heracles clashed the castanets, creating a cacophony that frightened the birds into flight. As they rose in a massive flock, Heracles shot them down with his arrows, and those that escaped flew far away, never to return. King Minos of Crete had been given a magnificent white bull by Poseidon to sacrifice, but the king kept it for himself, angering the god. In revenge, Poseidon caused the bull to go mad, breathing fire and wreaking havoc across Crete. Heracles sailed to Crete, and after a tremendous struggle, subdued the raging bull and rode it across the sea back to mainland Greece. Eurystheus wanted to sacrifice it to Hera, but the goddess refused the offering, not wanting any glory to come from Heracles' labors. The bull was released and eventually made its way to Marathon, where it would later be slain by Theseus. In Thrace, the cruel King Diomedes owned 4 mares that he fed on human flesh, making them savage and wild. Heracles sailed north with companions, including his beloved friend Abderus. After a fierce battle, Heracles overpowered Diomedes and fed the king to his own mares, which calmed them immediately. Tragically, Abderus was killed while guarding the mares. Heracles founded the city of Abdera in his friend's memory and brought the tamed mares back to Eurystheus, who released them into the wild, where they were eventually killed by beasts on Mount Olympus. Eurystheus' daughter desired the golden belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, a tribe of warrior women who lived beyond the Black Sea. Heracles assembled a company of heroes, including Theseus, and sailed to the Amazon lands. Hippolyta, impressed by Heracles' fame, was willing to give him the belt freely. But Hera, disguised as an Amazon, spread rumors that Heracles planned to kidnap their queen. The Amazons attacked, and in the ensuing battle, Hippolyta was killed. Heracles took the belt and departed, grief-stricken by the unnecessary bloodshed. Geryon was a fearsome giant with 3 bodies joined at the waist, dwelling on an island in the far west. His cattle were guarded by a 2-headed dog and a giant herdsman. Heracles' journey took him to the edge of the known world. At the strait where Europe and Africa nearly meet, he erected 2 great pillars, the Pillars of Heracles, to mark the limits of his travels. The sun god Helios, impressed by Heracles' determination, lent him a golden cup to sail across the ocean. After slaying the dog, the herdsman, and finally Geryon himself with a single arrow that pierced all 3 bodies, Heracles began the arduous journey home with the cattle. The return journey was fraught with challenges. Hera sent gadflies to scatter the herd, giants tried to steal them, and the journey took years. But Heracles persevered, finally delivering the cattle to Eurystheus. In a garden at the western edge of the world grew a tree bearing golden apples, a wedding gift from Gaia to Hera. The tree was tended by nymphs called the Hesperides and guarded by Ladon, 100-headed dragon. No mortal knew the garden's location. Heracles wandered far and wide seeking information. He wrestled the sea god Nereus to force him to reveal the way. He freed Prometheus from his eternal torment, and the grateful Titan advised him not to take the apples himself, but to ask Atlas, who held up the sky. Heracles found Atlas and offered to bear the weight of the heavens while the Titan retrieved the apples. Atlas, relieved to be free of his burden, agreed and fetched the apples. But when he returned, Atlas offered to deliver them to Eurystheus himself, intending to leave Heracles holding the sky forever. Heracles used cunning, asking Atlas to hold the sky just for a moment while he adjusted his cloak for padding. The Titan, not suspecting the trick, took back the sky, and Heracles grabbed the apples and hurried away. The final and most dangerous labor was to descend into the underworld itself and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed hound that guarded Hades' gates. Heracles was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries to prepare for his journey to the realm of the dead. Guided by Hermes and Athena, he descended to the underworld. The spirits fled at his approach, except for the Gorgon Medusa's shade and the hero Meleager, with whom he spoke. Hades himself agreed to let Heracles take Cerberus, but only if he could overpower the beast without weapons. Heracles wrestled the monstrous dog, which had 3 heads, a serpent for a tail, and snakes writhing from its back. Despite being bitten repeatedly, Heracles' strength prevailed, and he subdued Cerberus. He carried the hound to the surface, where daylight nearly drove it mad. Eurystheus, seeing the creature of nightmares, screamed and hid in his bronze jar yet again. Having fulfilled the labor, Heracles returned Cerberus safely to the underworld, his 12 labors finally complete. Freed from his servitude, Heracles should have found peace, but tragedy continued to shadow him. He married Deianira, but years later a centaur named Nessus tried to assault her while carrying her across a river. Heracles shot him with a poisoned arrow. As Nessus died, he gave Deianira his blood-soaked tunic, claiming it was a love charm that would keep Heracles faithful. Years later, when Deianira feared Heracles' affections were wandering, she gave him the tunic to wear. But Nessus had lied. The blood was poison from the Hydra, and it burned Heracles unbearably. In agony, knowing he was dying, Heracles built his own funeral pyre on Mount Oeta. As the flames consumed his mortal body, Zeus lifted his immortal essence to Olympus, where he was made a god, finally reconciled with Hera, and given Hebe, the goddess of youth, as his wife. Thus ended the mortal life of the greatest of heroes, but his name and deeds lived on forever in memory and legend. In the kingdom of Iolcus, young Jason was the rightful heir to the throne, but his uncle Peleus had usurped power and sought to kill the infant prince. Jason's mother spirited him away to be raised by Chiron the centaur, who trained him in all the arts of heroism. When Jason came of age, he returned to Iolcus to claim his birthright. Peleus recognized him by a prophecy, a man wearing only one sandal, which Jason had lost helping an old woman, the goddess Hera in disguise, cross a river. Peleus pretended to welcome Jason, but set him an impossible task to keep the throne, to retrieve the golden fleece from Colchis, a distant land where it hung in a sacred grove guarded by a sleepless dragon. Jason accepted the challenge and commissioned the building of a great ship called the Argo. He assembled a crew of the greatest heroes in Greece. the Argonauts. Among them were Heracles for a time, the twins Castor and Pollux, the musician Orpheus, the keen-eyed Lynceus, and many others. Their voyage was filled with adventures. They stopped at Lemnos, an island inhabited only by women who had killed their husbands. They passed through the clashing rocks called the Symplegades, which crushed any ship attempting passage, but with Athena's help and the guidance of a dove, they made it through, and the rocks became fixed forever after. They encountered the harpies that tormented the blind prophet Phineus, and the winged sons of the north wind drove the creatures away. In gratitude, Phineus told them how to reach Colchis safely. In Colchis, King Aeetes possessed the golden fleece, but he had no intention of surrendering it. He set Jason seemingly impossible tasks to yoke fire-breathing bulls, plough a field, and sow it with dragon's teeth, from which armed warriors would spring to attack him. But Hera and Aphrodite intervened, causing Aeetes' daughter Medea, a powerful sorceress, to fall desperately in love with Jason. Medea gave him a magic ointment to protect him from the flames and told him how to defeat the earthborn warriors by throwing a stone among them, causing them to fight each other. Jason succeeded in the tasks, but Aeetes still refused to honor his promise. That night, Medea led Jason to the grove where the golden fleece hung. The dragon that guarded it never slept, but Medea used her magic to charm it into slumber. Jason seized the fleece and they fled with the Argonauts. Aeetes pursued them with his fleet. In desperation, Medea committed a terrible crime. She had brought her young brother Absyrtus with them, and now she killed him, cutting his body into pieces and scattering them in the sea. Aeetes stopped to gather his son's remains for proper burial, and the Argonauts escaped. Their return journey was long and perilous. They had to be purified of the murder by Circe, the enchantress. They sailed past the sirens whose song lured sailors to their deaths, but Orpheus played his lyre so beautifully that it drowned out their deadly music. They navigated between Scylla, a six-headed monster, and Charybdis, a ship-swallowing whirlpool. Finally, they returned to Iolcus with the golden fleece. But Peleus refused to yield the throne. Medea, using her dark magic, tricked Peleus's daughters into killing their own father by promising to rejuvenate him. Jason and Medea were exiled for this deed and went to Corinth, where tragedy would eventually find them. But that is another story. Before we turn to this great war that would shake the foundations of the world, let us speak of another hero whose courage defined an age, Theseus, Prince of Athens, who would face a monster in the darkness beneath Crete. In Athens, King Aegeus ruled wisely but was burdened by a terrible tribute. Years before, his son Androgeos had been killed in Crete, and King Minos had waged war upon Athens in revenge. The peace treaty required Athens to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years to Crete, where they would be fed to the Minotaur, a creature half man, half bull, born from an unnatural union and hidden in an impossible labyrinth designed by the master craftsman Daedalus. Theseus, though raised in Troezen by his mother Aethra, was the son of Aegeus. When he came of age, he journeyed to Athens, choosing the dangerous overland route rather than the safe sea voyage. Along the way, he proved his heroism by defeating various bandits and monsters who plagued travelers. Periphetes with his bronze club, Sinis who bent pine trees to catapult victims to their deaths, the savage sow of Crommyon Siren, who kicked travellers off cliffs, Certion the wrestler, and Procrustes, who stretched or shortened guests to fit his bed. Arriving in Athens, Theseus was nearly poisoned by the sorceress Medea, who had married Aegeus and feared the young prince would threaten her own son's inheritance. But Aegeus recognized the sword Theseus carried, the very weapon he had left for his unborn son years ago, and dashed the poisoned cup from his lips. Medea fled, and Theseus was acknowledged as heir to Athens. When the time came for the tribute to Crete, Theseus volunteered himself as one of the 7 youths determined to slay the Minotaur and end the cruel practice forever. Aegeus was heartbroken, but could not dissuade his brave son. They agreed on a signal. The ship sailed with black sails, but if Theseus succeeded and survived, he would raise white sails on the return journey so Aegeus would know from afar that his son lived. In Crete, King Minos received the Athenian tributes with cold satisfaction, but his daughter Ariadne, seeing Theseus among the youths, was struck by his noble bearing and fell instantly in love. She could not bear to see him die in the labyrinth's twisting passages. Ariadne went to Daedalus, the labyrinth's architect, and begged him for the secret of its navigation. The craftsman, moved by her tears, gave her a ball of thread. That night, Ariadne crept to where the Athenians were held and gave Theseus the thread, along with a sword, making him promise to take her back to Athens as his wife. The next day, Theseus and his companions were thrust into the labyrinth. The passages twisted and turned in impossible configurations, designed so that no one could ever find their way back out. The walls echoed with distant roars and the bones of previous victims crunched beneath their feet. Theseus tied one end of the thread to the entrance and unwound it as they ventured deeper into the darkness. At the heart of the labyrinth, in a circular chamber lit by smoking torches, they found the Minotaur. The beast was enormous, its bull's head massive and fierce, its body powerful and scarred from previous victims who had fought desperately for their lives. It charged at Theseus with a bellow that shook dust from the ancient stones. The battle was savage. Theseus dodged the creature's horns, rolled beneath its charges, struck at it with his sword. The Minotaur was strong but mindless in its rage, while Theseus fought with purpose and skill. Finally, Theseus seized the beast by its horns and, with a mighty effort, broke its neck. Following the thread back through the winding passages, Theseus led the Athenian youths and maidens to freedom. They met Ariadne at the entrance, and true to his word, Theseus took her with them. They sabotaged the Cretan ships to prevent pursuit and set sail for Athens in triumph. But on the journey home, they stopped at the island of Naxos. What happened next remains clouded in different tellings. Some say Theseus cruelly abandoned Ariadne while she slept. Others that the god Dionysus appeared and claimed her as his bride, commanding Theseus to leave her. Whatever the truth, Ariadne woke to find herself alone on the shore, the Athenian ship already distant on the horizon. In his distress over Ariadne, whether from guilt or grief, Theseus forgot his promise to his father. The ship approached Athens, still flying its black sails. Aegeus, watching from a cliff each day for his son's return, saw the black sails and believed Theseus had perished. Overcome with sorrow, he threw himself from the cliff into the sea, which has been called the Aegean Sea ever after in his memory. Theseus returned home victorious, but was crowned king in mourning. He would go on to unify the towns of Attica under Athens' rule, establishing the city as a great power. He would join the Argonauts on their quest, hunt the Caledonian boar, and even journey to the underworld with his friend Heracles in a foolish attempt to kidnap Persephone. But that is another story for another night. Now we come to the tale that would shake the very foundations of the world, the story of how a single choice made by a shepherd on a mountainside would lead to the most famous war in all of legend. In the halls of Olympus, the gods gathered for the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, the very marriage that would produce Achilles. It was a grand celebration with all the immortals invited to feast and make merry. All, that is, except for Eris, the goddess of discord and strife, who had been deliberately excluded because of her troublemaking nature. Furious at the insult, Eris appeared at the wedding feast uninvited. In her hand she carried a golden apple, and upon it was inscribed a single phrase, "To the fairest." With a cruel smile she rolled the apple across the floor where it came to rest before the three most powerful goddesses in attendance. Hera, queen of the gods and Zeus's wife, reached for it, certain it must be meant for her. Athena, goddess of wisdom and warfare, claimed the apple by right of her position as Zeus's favorite daughter, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, laughed and said the apple could only be intended for her, the most beautiful of all divine beings. The argument grew heated, threatening to disrupt not just the wedding, but the very order of Olympus. Zeus, wise enough to know he could not judge such a contest without making enemies, declared that a mortal must decide. And not just any mortal, it must be someone known for fair judgment and discerning taste. The gods looked down upon the mortal world and fixed their attention on Mount Ida, where a young shepherd tended his flocks. This was Paris, also called Alexander, who did not know he was actually a prince of Troy. His mother, Queen Hecuba, had dreamed before his birth that she would bear a flaming torch that would burn down the city. Terrified by this prophecy, King Priam had ordered the infant abandoned on the mountainside to die. But Paris had been saved and raised by shepherds, growing into a young man of remarkable beauty and supposedly fair judgment. He lived contentedly with the mountain nymph Oenone, whom he had married, knowing nothing of his royal heritage. Hermes, the messenger god, appeared before the startled shepherd and explained the situation. Then, one by one, the three goddesses presented themselves to Paris, each trying to influence his decision with bribes. Hera appeared in all her regal majesty, promising Paris power beyond measure. "Choose me," she said, "and I shall make you lord of all Asia. You shall rule over vast empires, command mighty armies, and kings shall bow before you." Athena came next, her grey eyes flashing with intelligence. "Select me as the fairest," she offered, "and I shall grant you wisdom greater than any mortal has known. You shall win every battle you fight, overcome every challenge through strategy and skill, and be remembered as the greatest tactician who ever lived." Finally, Aphrodite approached, and even Paris, who had seen divine beauty already that day, caught his breath. She smiled at him with a knowing look. "I can give you something sweeter than power or wisdom," she whispered. "Choose me, and you shall have the love of the most beautiful woman in the mortal world. Helen of Sparta shall be yours, and no man who sees her can help but understand why kingdoms would fall for her sake." Paris, young and foolish and already captivated by Aphrodite's presence, made his choice. He awarded the golden apple to the goddess of love. Aphrodite departed well pleased, already planning how to fulfill her promise. Hera and Athena left in cold fury, vowing that Troy would pay dearly for this insult. Soon after, Paris discovered his true identity when he competed in games held in Troy and was recognized by his sister Cassandra, who had the gift of prophecy. Welcomed back into the royal family despite Cassandra's warnings of doom, Paris was eventually sent on a diplomatic mission to Sparta. There he met Menelaus, king of Sparta, and Menelaus's wife, Helen. The stories told of Helen's beauty were not exaggerated. She was indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, daughter of Zeus himself, born from an egg after Zeus visited her mother Leda in the form of a swan. Her beauty had been so renowned that before her marriage, nearly every prince and king in Greece had sought her hand. Her mortal father Tyndareus had required all the suitors to swear an oath that they would defend whichever man Helen chose as her husband, should anyone ever try to steal her away. Then Helen had chosen Menelaus, and the disappointed suitors had returned to their kingdoms bound by their oath. Menelaus welcomed Paris with the hospitality that Greek custom demanded, treating him as an honored guest. Then, trusting his guest to behave honorably, Menelaus departed on a voyage, leaving Helen to entertain Paris in his absence. But Aphrodite had not forgotten her promise. She filled Helen's heart with overwhelming passion for Paris, and filled Paris with reckless desire. Some say Helen went willingly, enchanted by the goddess's power. Others say she was abducted against her will. Whatever the truth, when Menelaus returned, he found his wife gone, spirited away to Troy along with much treasure from his palace. Menelaus's rage was terrible to behold. He immediately went to his brother Agamemnon, the most powerful king in Greece, and together they reminded all of Helen's former suitors of their oath. One by one, the kings and princes of Greece gathered their ships and armies, preparing for war. The assembly of the Greek forces at Aulis was an unprecedented gathering of heroes. Agamemnon commanded as the expedition's leader, bringing warriors from Mycenae. Menelaus brought his Spartans, burning with desire for vengeance. From rocky Ithaca came Odysseus, the cleverest of mortals, though he had tried to avoid the war by feigning madness until his bluff was called. From Phthia came Achilles, the greatest warrior alive, along with his beloved companion Patroclus and his company of Myrmidons, warriors so loyal they were said to have descended from ants. Achilles' mother Thetis had warned him of a prophecy. If he went to Troy, he would win eternal glory but die young. If he stayed home, he would live a long life but be forgotten. Achilles chose glory. There was Ajax, the towering warrior whose strength was second only to Achilles. Diomedes, fierce and favoured by Athena. Nestor, the elderly king of Pylos, whose wisdom was sought by all. The great archer Philoctetes carried the bow of Heracles himself. And many others, more than 1,000 ships, carrying warriors from every corner of Greece. But as the fleet gathered at Aulis, ready to sail, the winds died completely. The ships sat motionless, unable to depart. The seer Calchas revealed the cause. Agamemnon had offended the goddess Artemis by boasting he was a better hunter than she, and by killing one of her sacred deer. The goddess demanded a sacrifice, Agamemnon's own daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon was torn between his duty as commander and his love as a father. Finally, duty won. He sent word to his wife Clytemnestra to bring Iphigenia to Aulis, claiming the girl was to be married to Achilles. When Clytemnestra and Iphigenia arrived and learned the truth, Clytemnestra's pleas and curses fell on deaf ears. But as Iphigenia was placed on the altar and the knife raised, Artemis took pity on the brave girl and spirited her away, leaving a deer in her place. The winds rose again and the fleet set sail for Troy, but Clytemnestra never forgave her husband for his willingness to kill their daughter, and she would have her revenge when he returned victorious years later. The journey to Troy was not without incident. They made a mistaken landing at Mysia and battled King Telephus, wounding him with Achilles' spear, a wound that would not heal. An oracle revealed that only the weapon that made the wound could cure it. So Telephus eventually joined the Greeks as a guide in exchange for healing. When the Greek fleet finally arrived at the shores of Troy, they found the city prepared. The walls of Troy were mighty, built by the gods Apollo and Poseidon themselves, and could not be breached by conventional siege. King Priam had gathered his allies from across Asia Minor. His eldest son Hector was a warrior whose skill rivaled even Achilles, and he commanded Troy's defenders with courage and wisdom. The first Greek to leap ashore was Perseus, fulfilling a prophecy that the first to land would be the first to die. He was killed by Hector before his feet had barely touched Trojan sand. This grim beginning set the tone for what would become a decade-long war. The Greeks could not breach the walls, so they settled in for a siege, building their camp on the beach and raiding the surrounding territories. Troy's allies brought supplies into the city, and the stalemate continued. Year after year, battles raged outside the walls. Heroes clashed with heroes. The gods themselves took sides, Hera and Athena supporting the Greeks in their anger over the judgment of Paris, while Aphrodite, Apollo, and Ares often aided the Trojans. 9 years passed in this manner. The Greeks grew weary and frustrated. Achilles, the greatest warrior, spent much of this time raiding nearby cities, including one where he captured a woman named Perseus, whom he took as his prize and grew to love. In the 10th year of the war, a plague struck the Greek camp. The seer Calchas revealed that Apollo had sent the plague because Agamemnon had taken as his concubine a girl named Chryseis, who was a priestess of Apollo. Her father, a priest of the god, had begged for her return, but Agamemnon had refused. Reluctantly, Agamemnon agreed to return Chryseis to end the plague. But his pride was wounded, and he demanded compensation. Despite protests, he took Briseis from Achilles as his replacement prize. Achilles was consumed with rage at this dishonor. He withdrew from the fighting, taking his myrmidons with him, and refused to participate in the war any longer. He prayed to his mother Thetis, who appealed to Zeus. The king of the gods agreed to let the Trojans prevail in battle until the Greeks properly honored Achilles. Without their greatest warrior, the Greeks began to lose ground. The Trojans, led by Hector, pushed them back toward their ships. Desperate, Agamemnon sent an embassy to Achilles, offering magnificent gifts and the return of Briseis if he would rejoin the fight. But Achilles' anger was too great, and he refused. Achilles reluctantly agreed, but warned Patroclus only to drive the Trojans from the ships, not to pursue them to the walls of Troy. Patroclus donned the famous armor and charged into battle. The Trojans indeed believed Achilles had returned, and they fell back in terror. Patroclus, caught up in the thrill of battle and forgetting Achilles' warning, pursued them all the way to Troy's walls. There Apollo himself intervened, striking Patroclus and dazing him. Hector seized the opportunity and drove his spear through Patroclus, killing him. A fierce battle erupted over Patroclus's body, but eventually the Greeks recovered it and brought it back to their camp. When Achilles learned of Patroclus's death, his grief was terrible and absolute. His rage now turned from Agamemnon to Hector. He reconciled with Agamemnon, accepted the return of Perseus and the offered gifts, and prepared to return to battle, not for glory or honor, but for vengeance. Thetis, knowing her son's return to battle meant his prophesied death was near, went to Hephaestus and begged him to forge new armor for Achilles, since Hector had stripped Patroclus's body of the old armor. The smith god created armor of surpassing beauty and strength, including a shield decorated with scenes of earth and sky, of cities at peace and cities at war, of farming and festivals, all of mortal life that Achilles would soon leave behind. Clad in his divine armor, Achilles stormed onto the battlefield like a force of nature. The Trojans fled before him in terror. He killed every warrior who crossed his path, and the river Scamander itself rose up against him, trying to drown him in anger at all the corpses choking its waters. But Hephaestus sent fire to drive back the river, and Achilles fought on. Hector knew he must face Achilles, though he also knew what the outcome would be. When they finally met before Troy's walls, Hector's courage momentarily failed him, and he ran. 3 times Achilles chased him around the city walls before Athena, disguised as Hector's brother, tricked him into standing and fighting. The duel was brief. Achilles' spear found its mark, piercing Hector's throat. As he died, Hector begged Achilles to return his body to Troy for proper burial. But Achilles, mad with grief over Patroclus, refused. He tied Hector's corpse to his chariot and dragged it around Troy's walls, then back to the Greek camp, day after day, desecrating the body in his rage. The gods were horrified by this dishonor to the dead. Finally, Zeus sent Thetis to tell Achilles he must accept ransom for the body. That night, old King Priam came alone to Achilles' tent, guided by Hermes. The aged king knelt and kissed the hands that had killed so many of his sons, begging for Hector's body. Achilles, thinking of his own father, whom he would never see again, was moved to pity. He accepted the ransom and returned Hector's body. The 2 enemies, Greek and Trojan, shared a meal together in the tent, each seeing in the other a reflection of their own humanity. Then Priam departed with his son's body, and Troy held funeral games for their greatest hero. After Hector's death, Troy received aid from powerful allies. The Amazon queen Penthesilea arrived with her warrior women, and she fought valiantly until Achilles killed her. Removing her helmet after the fatal blow, Achilles was struck by her beauty and youth, and some say he fell in love with her even in death. Then came Memnon, king of the Ethiopians and son of the goddess Eos, the dawn. He was a warrior whose prowess rivaled Achilles himself. Their duel was epic, but finally Achilles prevailed, slaying Memnon, though Eos granted her son immortality after death. But Achilles' own death was near. Paris, guided by Apollo, shot an arrow that struck Achilles in his one vulnerable spot, his heel. where his mother had held him when dipping him in the river Styx. The greatest warrior of Greece fell, and the war's character changed forever. A contest was held to determine who would receive Achilles' magnificent armor. Both Ajax and Odysseus claimed it, but the Greeks voted to give it to Odysseus in recognition of his cunning. Ajax, driven mad by rage and shame, slaughtered a flock of sheep he believed were the Greek commanders, then fell on his own sword. The Greeks captured Helenus, a Trojan prophet, who revealed what was needed to finally take Troy. They must bring Philoctetes and his bow to Troy. They must steal the Palladium, a sacred statue of Athena that protected the city, and they needed Achilles' son Neoptolemus to join the fight. These tasks were accomplished. Philoctetes was retrieved from the island where he had been abandoned, healed of his festering wound, and his arrows, poisoned with hydra venom, killed Paris. Odysseus and Diomedes snuck into Troy and stole the Palladium, and Neoptolemus came from Skyros wearing his father's armor. But still, Troy stood. Finally, Odysseus conceived of his most famous stratagem, the Trojan Horse. The craftsman Perseus built an enormous wooden horse, hollow inside, large enough to hold dozens of warriors. The best Greek fighters climbed inside, including Odysseus, Menelaus, Diomedes, and Neoptolemus. The rest of the Greek army burned their camp and sailed away, hiding behind a nearby island. They left behind a single soldier, Sinon, who claimed to be a deserter. The Trojans found him and brought him before King Priam. Sinon spun an elaborate tale. The Greeks had given up and sailed home, and the horse was an offering to Athena to ensure safe passage. He claimed it was built so large to prevent the Trojans from bringing it into the city. For if they did, Troy would become invincible. The Trojans debated fiercely. The priest Laocoon warned, "I fear Greeks even when they bring gifts," and threw a spear at the horse. But then 2 serpents emerged from the sea and strangled Laocoon and his sons, a sign the Trojans interpreted as divine anger at his impiety, though it was actually sent by the gods who favored the Greeks. Cassandra warned that the horse would bring doom, but she was cursed never to be believed. Despite the warnings, the Trojans dragged the horse into the city as a trophy of their victory. That night, while Troy celebrated, the Greek warriors emerged from the horse. They opened the city gates, and the Greek army, which had returned under cover of darkness, poured into Troy. The city that had stood for 10 years fell in a single night of blood and fire. King Priam was killed at the altar of Zeus in his own palace. Menelaus found Helen, and though he had sworn to kill her, her beauty and remorse softened his heart, and he took her back as his wife. Neoptolemus killed Priam's daughter Polyxena as a sacrifice to his father Achilles' ghost. Hector's infant son Astyanax was thrown from the walls to prevent any future revenge. The women of Troy were divided among the Greeks as slaves and concubines. Only a few Trojans escaped the slaughter. Aeneas, carrying his elderly father on his back and leading his young son by the hand, fled the burning city. His descendants would, according to Roman legend, eventually found Rome itself. Troy burned through the night, its towers collapsing, its walls finally breached, the greatest city of Asia destroyed. The war was over, but the homecomings of the Greeks would prove nearly as difficult as the war itself. though those tales must wait for another night. And so, dear friends, as the fire burns low and the ancient stars continue their eternal wheel across the heavens, we bring our tales to rest for this evening. The heroes of Greece lived and died by the sword, forever caught in the web woven by fate and the whims of the gods who watched from Olympus. These stories remind us that courage takes many forms. The strength of Heracles, who bore the weight of his labours, the cunning of Perseus, who defeated the impossible, the determination of Theseus, who braved the darkness, the loyalty of Achilles, who loved so fiercely he could not bear loss. They teach us that even the mightiest can fall, that pride leads to ruin, and that the gods watch our choices with interest and sometimes terrible consequence. The cycles of these tales continue from the age of Titans to the age of heroes, from the peaceful golden days to the wars that shook civilization. Each generation faces its own monsters, its own impossible tasks, its own journeys into darkness, hoping to emerge again into light. The embers glow softly now, casting dancing shadows on ancient stones. The night deepens around us, and the mythical world fades once more into the mists from which it came. But these stories endure, carried forward through countless retellings, still alive in our hearts and imaginations, connecting us to those who gathered around fires thousands of years ago to hear these very same tales. Rest peacefully now, and let these timeless legends carry you gently into dreams, where heroes still walk the earth, where gods still watch from mountaintops, and where anything, even the impossible, can come true. Until we meet again beside the fire, good night, and may your dreams be filled with the wonder of ancient Greece.